States of America, and the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we'll sing the national anthem. No, I'm sorry. In the compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. So let's look at the minutes of June 20th. Are there any corrections or additions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve them? A second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Minutes are carried. Public comment on agenda items. Has anybody signed in? Nobody has signed in. Chair report, Executive Director.
Yes, good morning. Grace unfortunately can't be here today. She is at a conference for the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, but we do have a few announcements that I'm gonna turn over to Joe McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. First, I'd like to announce that NOACA has hired a new manager of environmental planning, Sarah Mulligan. Sarah, would you please stand? And I'd like everyone to welcome her. We look forward to working with her and very happy to have her here. I have one announcement about the E-Check program. As you know, back in March, Governor DeWine signed House Bill 54, the biennial transportation budget. That includes the E-Check Ease Act. This is a piece of legislation that offers an alternative path to compliance by not requiring the same level of emissions testing that we currently have under the E-Check program. There are two prongs to this, if you will. One, the E-Check program, the emissions testing will no longer be required for vehicles that are older than 4 years. They've expanded that to 6 years. So if you have a vehicle that's 5 or 6 years old, you are no longer automatically required for emissions testing. For all other vehicles, there is a parallel system that is proposed called the Alternative Emissions Certificate, or AEC program. This program would allow vehicle owners to submit an attestation form, and that form would indicate that the vehicle is in compliance with all state and federal emissions laws. If the form is found to be incomplete or includes false information, then they would require an emissions test of the vehicle. Ohio EPA has submitted a revised SIP to US EPA. This happened a couple of months ago. That revised SIP does include this new AEC program, but federal approval is still pending. So we will wait to see what happens. And I'll then turn this over to Jim Thompson to talk about TLCI.
Good morning to the subcommittee. Exciting news. NOACA is currently has applications open for our Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative, or TLCI program. So those applications will be due on October 10th, so in just under a month from now. And we are actually accepting applications for both our planning studies and implementation components of that program. So That's the planning studies, applications haven't been open for a few years. So, we did actually hold a webinar recently that went into some details about the application itself, some updates and, some information, also about the implementation applications that can be found, on our website. We do have $1.5 million available for implementation projects and $500,000 available for planning studies. The webinar that was held on September 3rd is recorded and posted on our TLCI webpage. That's noaca.org/TLCI. And that's also where you can find the applications for implementation and planning studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Joe. There are no action items required for today's meeting, so let's talk about presentation discussion items. There's nothing for future action. Information items, we have the air quality, public education and outreach. Kate Money. I saw you. There she is. I know I'm so far away.
Oh, apologies. Thank you. Welcome. And thank you for being here. Kate Menning. I will be doing the air quality outreach and education updates. No action is required. And you've been receiving updates about this information, this line item in previous meetings. So as far as outreach goes for air quality advisory days, it was a bit busy this past quarter. There were 8 advisory day communications. The dates are on the slide, as you can see there. Emails were sent to our email subscribers list for air quality events. Anyone can sign up for these advisories. So anyone listening, if you're interested in receiving advisories on air quality advisory days, please go to the, noaca.gov website and sign up for our advisories. You can also visit airnow.gov for daily air quality statuses. So another public outreach and education engagement that we fulfilled over the past quarter is the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, or CCAP, engagement. There was a public comment period that we received 47 public comments between July 17th and August 31st. And we held a virtual public meeting that was viewed on August 21st in partnership with the City of Cleveland. Well attended, 87 attendees to that virtual event. There were a number of questions that were asked throughout that event. And you can watch the recording. It is posted on our Vimeo at this link. Media messaging for the past quarter. One of the new products that GoHio Commute has available to them is the GoHio Commute app, and we did do social media to help promote that particular facet of the GoHio Commute platform and program, as well as Commuter Choice Awards and the CCAP promotion on social media and through our website. In addition to that, there were some paid media, including radio ads on Odyssey, Channel 3, and WKYC. We did campaign messaging that reflects air quality and rideshare programs. One we're particularly proud of that I did want to share, but I'm not going to, we couldn't do, we had some technology issues. So I really welcome you to go to this WKYC link and listen to this video about one of our past Commuter Choice Award winners, Ohio City Bike Co-op, and just learn more about the value of not only the program, but what some of our partners, some of our CCA recipients are doing in our community to help advance better air quality in cooperation with mobility and transportation options. Our upcoming Lake Erie Challenge will be starting in the next couple of weeks, October 1st through 31st. I would love to thank our partners, including GCRTA, Bike Cleveland, Lake Tran, and University Circle, Inc. for helping us with the prizes that we will be providing to winners of our Lake Erie Challenge. Again, this program will be promoted on social media, through our website and through other media campaign messaging. And that's our next steps, as we will continue to provide these updates, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Kate. Do we have any questions, comments? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Our next presentation is on Commute, Go Ohio Commute Update and Performance Measures. Ashley Dennis, welcome to the podium.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay, or should I speak up? We're good? Thank you so much. All right, so I'll give an update on Ohio Commute and its performance measures. No action is requested at this time. We do this presentation for informational purposes only, and we do present quarterly updates at the Air Quality Subcommittee. So again, if you don't know, we launched Ohio Commute back in 2017. We engage businesses, universities, governments, and so forth to create subsites on our platform and to help target incentives for employees to track involvement in their commute to work. We provide metrics based on 4 different categories: user metrics, system-wide performance metrics, outreach and promotion metrics, and platform administration and enhancement metrics. So moving on to their user and system-wide metrics. Users in Ohio Commute encompass 8,000 people. However, it's only 35% of all of Ohio. But even though we have such a small amount of people compared to all of Ohio, we still encompass between the upper 50s and lower 60% of all trips, vehicles mile traveled avoided, CO2 avoided, and the amount of money saved by commuting in non-single occupancy vehicle trips. So even though, again, we have a smaller amount of users in the Ohio Commute platform, we make a pretty big impact, I think. And just to kind of put that into a little bit of context, so for the 626 tons of CO2 avoided, just to give you a little bit of a visual, that is equivalent to 570 acres of forest removing that same amount of CO2 in the atmosphere each year. And then the amount of vehicles miles traveled avoided, it's enough to travel the perimeter of Ohio 1,630 times. That's a lot. And then to move on a little bit to our van pool. Van pool searchable through the Ohio Commute platform. I like to provide these metrics based on air quality data from Ohio Commute. So if you are in a van pool, depending on the miles, whether you're in the van pool that is is a closer destination to your home, and some of our van pools actually travel farther out from outside the region, you can save anywhere from 414 miles to 2,553 miles on your vehicle every month. This is what each person is doing who's currently in our van pool program right now. The CO2 avoided is anywhere between 0.14 and 0.88 tons, and the commuter savings by not having to use your own vehicle can be anywhere from $228 to $1,404 each month. Right now, there are 42 active van pools in Ohio Commute. We've had 10 new van pools this year alone. 13 have sunset. That means that they've reached the 3-year CMAQ qualifications for the subsidy. So we've had 13 so far this year who have sunset, and again, 10 new van pools so far, and I know there's more coming as well. We have 4 routes currently, so 4 different businesses have van pools through our subsidy, and 3 of them go to Cuyahoga County and 1 of them goes to Geauga County. And then throughout the year, we've had our Ohio Commute challenges. In February, we had our Northeast Ohio Challenge, Northeast Ohio Loves Transit Challenge, I should say, where we had 44 participants encompassing 924 trips, over 7,000 miles avoided, saving $2,000, avoiding 4,700 pounds of CO2, and burning 65,000 calories. For May, we had our another carbon-free challenge, and we had 58 participants that time around, so it did go up a little bit, probably nicer weather. We had over 1,000 trips, over 8,000 miles, over $3,000 saved, over 6,000 pounds of CO2, and over 200,000 calories burned. Right now, we actually have our Ohio Commuter Challenge. So this encompasses all of the MPOs all over Ohio. And for that challenge, it's only a 2-week challenge and it's going on right now. It started on September 8th. So you actually have an opportunity to win money up to $200. And all you have to do is log trips that are carpool, transit, biking, walking, or vanpool into the Ohio Commute platform. So moving on to our update on the Commuter Choice Awards. So in August of 2025, we hosted our Clean Air Challenge. And then I'd like to provide some updates for you on that. So right now, because we did have a little bit lower participation rate this year, we're actually taking this opportunity to rethink our approach and return with an even stronger program that better meets the needs and interests of employees and organizations and for our community. So we're going to take this time and redesign our Commuter Choice Awards. And then we're actually going to come back to you in December and discuss some ideas. And we would really love your feedback too, just to make it a more robust program, something that meets the needs of our region. And just a little background on platform administration and enhancement metrics. So since the beginning of Ohio Commute back in 2017, we've had 47 total challenges, 57 employer incentives, and 187 events posted in Ohio Commute. And then lastly, everyone deserves access to reliable and accessible transportation, no matter their age, disability, or veteran status. So we have, for my office hours, I promoted GoHio Mobility, which is a tool for individuals, caregivers, service providers, and advocates to find transportation options in your area. I send out notifications through email. I do this quarterly. And I had about 40 registrants this time around. And so we had a really good turnout. I started this back in March of 2025. And for our next topic, I'm going to talk about our Guaranteed Ride Home program. So if anyone is interested in attending, I do send out updates through the Ohio Commute platform. All right, and then for financial impacts, we have an annual budget currently for the Ohio Commute platform of $10,000, and we'll provide quarterly updates on the platform performance metrics at our next subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
The next one is the calendar year 2025 air quality forecast accuracy through the 31st of August. Bill McDonald, I believe you're presenting. And the muffins are here.
Good morning again. Thank you, Madam Chair. So every quarter, I present to you our air quality forecast accuracy, where we look at how NOACA has performed and how NOAA has performed, and especially relative to each other. There's no action here. This is a quarterly update. As you know, we forecast every day at NOACA ground level ozone during the season, which runs March 1st through October 31st, and fine particulate matter year round. We post our forecasts on airnow.gov. This is through AirNow Tech in affiliation with US EPA. Same suite of models that we consider along with meteorological variables. So let's start with fine particulate matter. Usually around this update in September, we can talk about a good chunk of the year, and so there is a lot to talk about. I'll start with the good moderate threshold. This is the 2006 24-hour standard. That threshold is at 12 micrograms per cubic meter. NOACA forecasted with 78% accuracy. And when we talk about the moderate unhealthy for sensitive groups threshold of 35 micrograms per cubic meter, our forecast accuracy was 98%. So if you compare NOACA and NOAA, that's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, their models, you can see that for the good moderate threshold, NOACA outperformed NOAA. We were at 78% accuracy. Their models were at 75 and 76% accuracy in that first column. And just to refresh, NOAA issues forecasts twice a day at 6Z and 12Z times, and there is both the standard model indicated by the letter M and the bias corrected model, which is supposed to be the more advanced, more recently refined, and more accurate model indicated by the letter B. For the moderate unhealthy for sensitive groups threshold, I already told you we were at 98% accuracy and their models were at 99% accuracy, and I can talk in more detail about that going forward. We actually have had 2 exceedance days in our region for fine particulate matter, June 7th and August 4th. Neither NOAA nor NOACA accurately forecasted the exceedances. The first exceedance event on June 7th was just 1 station. The peak concentration was 37 micrograms per cubic meter, which is a AQI category of 3, which is unhealthy for sensitive groups. The second event was a little more widespread. You had 3 stations where there was exceedance, but it was the same, 37 micrograms per cubic meter. So these were just over the threshold. They were barely exceedances, but technically still exceedances. So what was going on here? So I already indicated there were 2 days where both NOACA and NOAA did not forecast the observed categorical exceedance of the standard of 35 micrograms per cubic meter. That's what we call a missed opportunity. And there was an additional day, and this is why NOACA's accuracy rate was 98% versus NOAA 99%. There was an additional day where NOACA did forecast an anticipated exceedance, but that exceedance did not materialize. Let's move to ozone at ground level. So this is for the March 1st through August 31st period. The 2 thresholds that are important here are the good moderate threshold, which is 50 parts per billion. And just a reminder, this is the 2015 standard for max 8-hour concentration. NOACA forecasted with 83% accuracy compared to NOAA's 6Z runs, which were at 79 and 76% accuracy, and the 12Z runs, which were at 82 and 76% accuracy. And I will point out, it's very interesting here, the bias-corrected model, which is supposed to be the better model and generally is the better model, had much lower, it doesn't look like much, but a 6 percentage point difference is a pretty big difference in accuracy. So I'm not sure what was going on with the bias-corrected model this season. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when I present the exceedance days for ozone. For the other important threshold, that's the moderate unhealthy for sensitive groups threshold, that's 70 parts per billion. NOACA's accuracy in forecasting was 94%. The NOAA models, the 6Z runs were at 96 and 95% respectively. The 12Z runs were at 95 and 93%. And again, you see that the bias-corrected model was less accurate than the standard model. Okay. 5 exceedance days, which really is lower than last year, which is a good thing. We like to see that for the region. But as you can tell from the red font, not much accuracy from either NOAA or NOACA in forecasting these exceedances. The first 3 events were earlier in the year. We had an exceedance event on April 24th, where we had 3 stations, all of whom barely exceeded. They were at 71 parts per billion max 8-hour concentration, which is just over the 70 point, technically it's 70.5 parts per billion threshold. So it's still an exceedance technically. We don't get too bent out of shape over that, although it was interesting that the NOAA 6Z standard model only forecasted good air quality for that day. So they really missed. The June 3rd and June 12th events, again, only a couple of stations, but the peak concentrations were a little bit higher in the mid-70s for parts per billion. Again, none of the NOAA models And we do try to follow NOAA guidance and then adjust accordingly. Nobody forecasted that. Now, July 15th is interesting because this was a very widespread event, and 85 parts per billion is actually on the threshold of unhealthy for sensitive groups and unhealthy for everyone. So that's the difference between code orange, code red. I still lose sleep over this forecast because the standard models, but all the models from NOAA were going back and forth. I look at the models 4 days out and try to anticipate exceedance, and they would flip back and forth between moderate and unhealthy for sensitive groups. And even the day before, which is the last chance I have to look at the model runs from NOAA before I decide on a forecast, they had previously been moderate. The standard models had gone to unhealthy for sensitive groups, but the 12Z was significantly lower than the 6Z, and the 12Z is the forecast I rely on the most because that's the last forecast I'm going to get from NOAA before I have to issue an exceedance if I'm going to do, advisory for exceedance if I'm going to do that. And again, as you see here, the standard models forecasted exceedance, the bias corrected, which is supposed to be the more accurate model, they said no. Given the back and forth, the waffling of the models and this information, and I literally hemmed and hawed for over an hour about this in my office. I said, I think it'll be high. I don't think it'll exceed. Well, of course it exceeded. All 11 stations exceeded, and we had peak 8-hour concentration, like I said, of 85 parts per billion. So I was, hitting myself in the head. Why didn't I was so close to just doing it. I should have just done it. So I felt rather tortured. And then it was small consolation 8 days later when none of the NOAA models called for exceedance. And I said, I think we're going to have an exceedance. And we did have an exceedance station at 74 parts per billion. So I would say it's a great season if we can reduce the number of exceedance days, but it's not great when there's this little accuracy in forecasting exceedance. So that was frustrating. Further evidence that the NOAA models were just not consistent with each other, I'll get to right here on this slide. There were 4 days, as I already talked about, each where NOACA and NOAA did not forecast categorical exceedance of the standard. And those did not include the July 15th event, where I point out that the NOAA standard models did forecast the July 15th exceedance, but the bias corrected models did not. So you could say they had 4.5 days, but let's go with 4 days. And then for false alarms, there were 8 days. And this is another reason why it was hard for me to call that July 15th event, where I really anticipated exceedance and we didn't have it. So I issued advisories. Kate talked about those, but we didn't have it. For the NOAA models, they were all over the place. The 6Z bias correct, the 6Z, the standard model had 4 false alarms. The bias corrected had 5. For the 12Z, again, this is supposed to be the more accurate. The standard model had 6 false alarms. The bias corrected had 7. So not getting the best guidance from the NOAA models, which is always frustrating. So where do we go from here? Well, we keep trying. We keep doing what we need to do. We'll continue to track performance of NOACA and NOAA forecasts. And we'll continue with ozone through October 31st, and then we will continue with fine particulate matter the rest of the year. The National Air Quality Forecasters Conference will be October 16th and 17th in College Park, Maryland. Kurt Kallenborn and I will attend, and we will present not so much how NOACA forecasts, but really how the NOAA models forecast, because they look to the rideshare agencies and the air quality agencies across the country for that information. They want to understand how their models perform in different regions with different topographies and proximity to coastlines, mountains, et cetera. And so we'll have a chance to share information at that conference as we do every year and get feedback from them as well. And then I will update all of you at the next subcommittee meeting in December. Questions?
Thank you, Joe. Are there any questions or comments for Joe? Thank you very much. Hearing none. Oh, thank you very much. Hearing no questions or comments. Are there any reports or updates? Hearing none. Old business. Is there any old business? How about some new business? Hearing none. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved?
A second? All right, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The meeting is now adjourned. Our next regular meeting will be Friday, December 19th at 9:00 a.m. here at the NOACA offices. Thank you very much for your attendance and have a great day.
Recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of the Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Members will raise their hand to move, second or speak to a motion. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from the vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter in which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. And our first item today is the meeting minutes for March 21st, 25. Are there any corrections or additions?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. And secondly, we have the minutes from the June 20th meeting. Any corrections or additions?
Move to approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is approved. Okay, next we have the advisory council updates. And first we have the bicycle and pedestrian advisory council update. Jacob?
Yeah, we have no updates.
No updates. Okay, safety and operations council update? Not here, okay. The transit council update? Okay. The summary can be found in the packet. And then lastly, the ODOT update. Kira Welch?
For ODOT, just wanted to mention that the local major bridge program is accepting applications and they are due on October 15th.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys can speak into the mic for the recording, please. Okay, public comments on the agenda. Has anyone signed up to speak today? No public comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next agenda item. The executive director's report. Is there a report today?
We do have one item. Grace cannot be here today. Unfortunately, she's at a conference, Association of Metropolitan Planning Organization conference. So it's our big industry conference every year. That's where she is. We do have one announcement that I'm going to turn over to Ed May.
Thank you. Just want to let you know that we have opened up an application round for the state fiscal year 2026 Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative Program. We're currently accepting applications for both planning studies and implementation projects. Those will be due by October 10th. TLCI, as you know, helps communities study and implement projects to strengthen livability. There will be, as I said, $1.5 million budget for implementation projects and then also $500,000 for planning studies. We held an applicant webinar on September 3rd. If you want to get additional information, you can go to noaca.org/TLCI. Thank you.
Sorry, moving on to action items. the second quarter SYF 2026 project planning reviews. Mr. May.
Thank you. I am presenting item 6A, the project planning review for the second quarter of state fiscal year 2026. Generally, at this point, staff would request the subcommittee to recommend the item to the Planning and Programming Committee. However, in this case, while we want to present to you most of what we have, at this point, we're still reviewing and digesting the information we've received to date. Staff does not have a recommendation at this time. We are actually relying on the Transportation Subcommittee a little more for their technical expertise. So, staff is seeking the Transportation Subcommittee's recommendation regarding the next steps for the second quarter project planning review for item 6A, public infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park. And I'll revisit that again later. This item was presented to the Transit Council, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council, and the Safety Operations Council for information and input. So the purpose of NOACA's project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals, and to make sure it is consistent with NOACA's planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements with respect to eligibility and requirements placed on it by FHWA, FTA, and ODOT. The project is being processed in accordance with our project planning review process, which involves 4 levels of review. The project has been and is being reviewed by staff. In the meantime, it is being presented to the advisory councils and to the subcommittees and committees. We have circulated it for intergovernmental review and consultation, and it's posted on the website for public review and comment. So this slide helps to illustrate our process whereby we evaluate a proposed project in its early planning stages and assess how it aligns with the plan with respect to eligibility and NOACA's vision and goals and planning requirements. We use project review, that is the staff and committees use it, to evaluate projects and identify any issues, or conditions or concerns that need to be addressed prior to a project's amendment to the plan. So the action taken at the project planning review stage of the process is acknowledging that the project has completed project planning review. That is, excuse me, the project has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. So this allows the project to be amended to the plan as conditions of approval, if any, have been addressed, and the project sponsor has provided evidence of such. Ultimately, the project will advance to the tip with committed resources for implementation. So we have one project review summary covering public infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park. The project is included in your materials on pages 20 through 24, with some illustrations on pages 25 and 26. I'm going to go through this briefly. So this slide lists the project, and the project is sponsored by the city of Brook Park. The project involves proposed modifications and improvements to roadway infrastructure in the city of Brook Park. And this is to support a development area site in the city of Brook Park, located about a half a mile east of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport and directly west of the I-71 Snow Road interchange. Its estimated cost shown here is $82.2 million. This includes preliminary development at $4.8 million, $6.5 million for detailed design, and about $550,000 for right-of-way, all of which would be locally funded. And then there is the construction phase estimated to be $70.3 million, for which the city is applying to the Transportation Review Advisory Council for funding. Within the project area is a 175-acre former Ford plant site that's the proposed location of the Cleveland Browns Dome Stadium and a multi-use development. The site is bounded by Snow Road, a combination of frontage roads which go from the southwest to the north, 5 Points Road, Engle Road, Henry Ford Boulevard, and State Route 237 and the CSX Railroad. So the proposed improvements are broken down into what the city has established as buildable units, and there's 7 of them here. This one item of note here is that this slide contains a new project map that includes the proposed RTA station, and that's buildable unit number 7. There was a previous version of this illustration, and it's included in your packet on page 25, but it doesn't include item number 7. So the transportation infrastructure buildable units are the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements, improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp, Snow Road, Ring Road connector, realignment of State Route 291, Ring Road improvements, and then a pedestrian facility and bridge. And then the last one there that wasn't in the materials was the GCRTA transit station. So the next 6 slides I'll go through will elaborate on each of these buildable units. So this first slide contains buildable unit number 1, and it involves the I-71 northbound exit ramp improvements. According to the sponsor, it is expected that event traffic will lead to traffic congestion in the I-71 northbound direction, which could also impact airport traffic using Snow Road. So in order to mitigate the congestion, the sponsor proposes an additional left turn lane be added to the I-71 northbound exit ramp to Snow Road, and that the widening be done on the west side of the existing ramp so as to avoid impacts to residential properties on the east side of the exit ramp. Sponsor also proposes minor modifications to the northbound Cloverleaf entrance ramp, but that's encircled by, encircling the number 1 there, and that'll be required to allow for the widening of the northbound exit ramp. The estimated cost of this buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $1.2 million. This next slide shows buildable unit number 2, involving the I-71 southbound exit ramp improvements. And this unit will include proposed improvements to the I-71 southbound exit ramp to Snow Road going westbound, and then a slip ramp from I-71 southbound to Engle Road. And this will also involve the elimination of any northbound movement over the CSX railroad track. The current ramp configuration allows for both north and south movement. So then there will be a slip ramp from westbound Snow Road to Engle Road southbound, and also the addition of a I-71 southbound exit ramp flyover bridge to Ring Road. The bridge will be elevated, spanning Engle Road and the CSX Railroad. It'll carry 2 lanes of I-71 southbound traffic to Ring Road. And this bridge will be a 5-span curved steel plate girder bridge, approximately 600 feet long. And there will be, approach embankments will be supported by mechanically stabilized earth walls at each end. The estimated cost of this buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $21.8 million. Our next slide here is buildable unit number 3. This involves the Snow Road Ring Road connector. And the unit would provide access for all Snow Road traffic going to Engle Road that doesn't currently exist. So this includes a new intersection installed at the first span of the existing Snow Road Bridge, modifications to the existing Snow Road Bridge, including the elimination of the first 2 bridge spans, and it's represented in that middle image there, with a new abutment constructed east of Bent 2. Also include new retaining walls to support the north-south lanes of the Snow Road Ring Road intersection. Also, 5 Points Road will be relocated by removing the one-way section along the site perimeter. The section south of Snow Road will have a cul-de-sac and a new intersection with Snow Road. This unit also includes roadway improvements to Snow Road in the lower picture, going from State Route 237 to Snow Road to the Snow Road Bridge. The estimated cost of this buildable unit is provided by the sponsor is $9.9 million. Next buildable unit is number 4, and this involves widening and realignment of approximately 1,300 feet of Engle Road, moving from bottom to top This would start just south of Snow Road and then continue under the Snow Road Bridge and the proposed I-71 southbound exit ramp, flyover bridge, and then end at Ring Road. Now, according to the sponsor, alternative alignments are currently being evaluated to avoid need for permanent right-of-way acquisition. Also, the required number of lanes will ultimately be determined based on results of the traffic study, which we received last week. The sponsor reports that a crash analysis along Engle Road within the project limits revealed 24 crashes, and that was over a 3-year period from 2022 through 2024, 16 of those being sideswipe or angle collisions. So the crash pattern highlights a safety concern that this proposed realignment seeks to address. Hopefully by eliminating the confusing configuration of one-way roadways in the area. So the estimated cost of this buildable unit is $1.8 million. This next slide shows number 5, and the unit involves 5,300 feet of roadway improvements to create essentially a ring around the stadium and development site, beginning about 2,200 feet south of Brook Park Road. And this 5-lane section involves the reconstruction of Engle Road and State Route 291 and Henry Ford Boulevard, and includes pavement replacement as well as curb and sidewalks on both sides of the roadway. South of Hummel Road, the roadway widens from 6 to 7 lanes and will intersect with the realigned Engle Road, the lanes from the Snow Road to Engle Road connector, and the new I-71 southbound flyover ramp. The portion of roadway from this intersection to the connector road is considered Ring Road. So the sponsor reports that the number of lanes needed along Ring Road will be confirmed through the traffic study, again, which we received recently. So the estimated cost of this buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $14.6 million. So this next slide shows buildable unit number 6. This is from the original illustration. This unit involves a pedestrian facility and bridge. According to the sponsor, it is anticipated that all off-site parking will be northeast of the project site. So this would run along Engle Road, around Engle Road, West 164th Street, and Brook Park Road. So this being the case, the sponsor proposes a pedestrian facility and a bridge to provide safe access for pedestrians utilizing off-site parking. The location of the pedestrian bridge is being reviewed and investigated at this point, but just to give you an idea, the preferred option represented with the light purple line there would be to construct a pedestrian walkway which would extend from West 164th Street, running parallel along the east side of I-71, south to Hummel Road, and then along the south side of Hummel Road with a pedestrian bridge over Engle Road to the development site. So the estimated cost of this buildable unit provided by the sponsor is $14.9 million. This next slide contains a buildable unit number 7. The city provided a new project map that included a proposed RTA station. So just moving from the top to the bottom, this shows that the transit platform is represented in dark blue, the dark blue line there, and then the ramp to a pedestrian bridge is shown in magenta, and then the pedestrian bridge is highlighted in green. They do note that the station is still in planning with GCRTA and funding is not yet determined. RTA has participated in numerous meetings with the city and the Haslam Sports Group in connection with the project to maximize transit impact. Conceptual design of a potential new RTA station is complete with a construction cost estimated, very rough estimate of $40 million. A couple other items that we've come into recently. The results of the study identified multiple key locations and corridors that are anticipated to experience congestion during an event scenario, including the following roadways, basically: Snow Road, Bagley Road, Engle Road, Smith Road, and Brook Park Road. So this and the next slide contain illustrations from the feasibility study, Appendix C, and it represents the capacity analysis reports generated in highway capacity software for both weekday and Sunday scenarios. So the HCS results have been summarized and presented for a weekday and Sunday stadium event. Just thought I would show you this. This slide shows the weekday event results schematic. The thick red lines represent congested routes. Looking in the lower right there, you can see a key. The red circles represent locations at intersections with a level of service of F. The red rectangles represent game day management, road closures. And one item of note, those areas shown in green, they depict identified parking areas. So this is the weekday event results schematic. This next one is slide shows the Sunday event results schematic for your information. The next several slides contain comments made by staff and advisory councils, and these are categorized as recommendations and information comments. Recommendations are comments which the staff advises the sponsor consider incorporating into the project design. This is as opposed to a condition for which the staff would recommend to the board addressing the comment, a condition of PPR approval. So at this point, these are recommendations. If it is a condition, we'll ensure that it is in compliance. If it's a recommendation that perhaps is not followed, we'd work to determine why and why not and proceed accordingly. So these comments reflect our planning process that NOACA, the sponsor, and ODOT can refer to during design. Now, with respect to this project, there are a couple of items of note here. With the staff notes that off-site parking for the development is a question. The development is estimated to provide approximately 12,000 to 13,000 spaces on site. All off-site parking will be northeast of the project site along Engel Road, West 164th, and Brook Park Road, as it was indicated in the previous slide. But it's not clear exactly where the necessary off-site parking along these roadways would be located and available. So staff recommends a study on where these vehicles will park on event days and how many users are estimated to travel by transit or rideshare services, so as to better understand the impacts to traffic in the surrounding area. Then the other comment listed here is that a multi-jurisdictional approach is preferred to address development impacts on the transportation infrastructure. Consideration should be given to a more inclusive project submission that reflects traffic impacts on other communities, particularly adjoining jurisdictions. This next slide is, aside from, another comment from staff. Aside from referencing the proximity of the GCRTA Brook Park Red Line Station, which is located roughly a mile walking distance from the proposed development, at this point, the project lacks a major transit component. So with the concern about available parking off-site, it would be beneficial to have a dedicated transit service serving the site. So one option could be constructing a new Red Line station at the site to take visitors directly to and from the development. This was discussed early in the plan development, but it was referenced previously in buildable unit number 7. A less costly, but also less impactful option would be to have frequent shuttles bring visitors to and from the Brook Park Station, which we understand RTA does not recommend or support. So both options would certainly encourage transit usage, reduce congestion, and decrease the need for additional parking in the surrounding area, with the on-site rail station having the largest regional impact. Another comment here is that there's not much information regarding accessibility features of the pedestrian facilities, particularly the bridge. So in order to evaluate that full impact on pedestrian site access, it's important to understand how accessibility will be addressed. It's recommended to provide more detail in this area, which is forthcoming. Also, a comprehensive traffic study at the time needed to be completed, and staff isn't really able at this point to provide a thorough analysis until review of the traffic impacts. This is seen as critical component to the project, as again, we have received the study, But at this point, we haven't really thoroughly reviewed it. There were unanswered questions related to the interaction between the stadium, particularly on event or game days, and the airport, which is the largest in Ohio. So the traffic study, again, was provided to us last Friday after the packet went out, but we haven't had sufficient time to review and digest the materials. So let me move on to some information comments, which are project information that is shared with the committees and board to assist with their understanding of the project and potential effect on the region. There are 3 information comments shown on this slide. This project is located within the Big Creek watershed, and aquatic life uses are impaired due to flow regime modifications, habitat alterations, organic enrichment, and urban stormwater pollutants. This watershed is also impaired for recreation contact due to E. coli. The next comment there is that while construction of the proposed project may cause temporary fluctuations in regional air quality, the project intends to limit traffic congestion, which should improve the overall air quality. Another comment listed here is this project will simplify the roadway network at Snow Road, Engle Road, and 5 Points, making it much easier to travel. The existing configuration can be confusing to navigate with many one-way road segments and turnarounds. So the proposal adds signalized intersections and eliminates the one-way segments, resulting in a more traditional road network that will likely result in a safer network for vehicular traffic. Oops, lost my place here. So this is another comment offered here, that the cost estimates are preliminary, and the opinion of probable cost is for all, well, actually, this says 6 buildable units, but it was actually 7, but the schedule is for all buildable units to be constructed simultaneously between 2027 and 2029. It is believed that the proposed infrastructure improvements will require coordination with roadway and bridge projects currently planned for state fiscal years 2027 and 2028. Now, these are advisory council comments that were made during the presentation of this project. These are reflected in the minutes, but also I just wanted to kind of point out a couple of things that were mentioned here. One of which was that it was emphasized from a member the importance of recognizing that the transit systems do carry ongoing costs when routes and services are adjusted, and expressed hope that these considerations will be carefully evaluated as part of the project, rather than assuming that the providers will just resolve these issues on their own and provide the financial resources. A member of the BPAC, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council, comments emphasized the importance of convenient transit connections, particularly given GCRTA's plan for a new station adjacent to the airport. This is so that visitors would not need to walk long distances to reach the site. The member also noted that the only pedestrian bridge up to this point anyway proposed connects to future parking areas with a few other non-vehicular access options identified, and they asked that the project team address how these issues would be resolved. Still another member noted that during large events, there is not only vehicular traffic, but also heavy pedestrian traffic. While the idea of a new station is appealing, the member emphasized that there are already 2 existing stations that were paid for and remain in use. It was asked how connections to those existing stations are being addressed, particularly for pedestrians and other users, so that if one station is crowded, people can safely access the others. The member stressed the importance of ensuring safe pedestrian connections across newly widened roads. These are 6 and 7 lane roadways, in addition to addressing vehicle traffic to and from the airport. and suggested that the project team consider installing pedestrian refuge islands, noting that there are a large number of lanes to cross. Another BPAC member expressed concern about the potential impact to northbound traffic on these streets, particularly with respect to West 150th Street, given its residential environment. And still another BPAC member asked if the project team had determined the parking deficit at the stadium. So these are all questions that are being looked at and are sort of in process. A member of the Safety and Operations Council Council rather, clarified that GCRTA's official position is that the distance from Brook Park Station to the football site is about 3,000 feet, which is similar walking distance from Tower City to the current stadium. While GCRTA is involved and collaborate if others wish to explore its alternatives, it will not fund the project, and this member stressed that this is not a GCRTA project. Still another SOC member acknowledged the focus on game day and event day experiences, but also wanted to emphasize that the project designer should also consider just the everyday needs of Brook Park residents near the stadium. They noted again that they may need to walk or bike or drive in the area, and cautioned against just simply prioritizing the event for 30,000 fans over the daily needs of the community itself. And then the SOC member also stressed the importance of conducting a sidewalk inventory, ensuring sidewalks are adequately wide and continuous, and address challenges such as crossing the 7-lane road, snow road, and suggested incorporating pedestrian refuge islands and other traffic calming measures to improve safety and accessibility on non-game days. So those are the comments that we've established to date. There are more detailed in the minutes of the respective advisory council meeting minutes. But just with respect to financial impact, a project going through project review doesn't have any financial impacts because this action doesn't approve of proposed funding or the implementation schedule of the project. So we're just looking at the merits of the project itself. So staff would forward any comments from this subcommittee to the project sponsor. Pending the Transportation Subcommittee's recommendation, the project will be presented or would be presented to the following for additional review and comment: the Planning and Programming Committee and the Executive Committee. And pending board approval, the project sponsor would be notified that the project has completed project review. Staff will continue to work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues identified during project review. Before I request this action, I just want to make you aware that we do have representatives from the city here if you do have any questions. And they can elaborate on virtually any aspect of this project. In the meantime, staff is seeking the Transportation Subcommittee's recommendation regarding next steps for this second quarter project planning review, that being the public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee?
I do. It appears that a lot of the lane configurations and the bridge and the pedestrian realm is all subject to a transportation and traffic study that you just received. And my guess is that those lane configurations, I'm not an engineer, but really define the costs. We have a
Mary,
cost.
could you repeat
Yeah.
your question for the mayor, please?
My question is, we just got the traffic study and a lot of the lane configurations, the width, the length, all, and the bridge, all are dependent on the need and the traffic review. So I'm wondering, the costs are set. I'm wondering when NOACA will have a review of the traffic and when we can see that, so we can see exactly what those lane configurations are. From 6 to 7 is a lot. Some of those roadways, 7 lanes is a lot. And if any of the recommendations from any of the subcommittees and councils will be taken into effect, like the crosswalks, the pedestrian islands, those are all really important for a 7-lane road configuration.
Well, honestly, Mary Beth, I can't really commit to a timeline right now. I don't want to raise your hopes, but I also don't want to dash them. So I just want to say that we're going to look at it and we'll keep you apprised of what we see.
Similarly, I know when this subject was presented at the BPAC, staff from the city or their consultants did provide a line-by-line comment of some of the recommendations. And I didn't hear that today. I just heard that these recommendations were made. And in my realm, specifically around the lane widths, and thinking more about the pedestrian traffic and how people are going to access this, whether it be from a parking lot or from their house in Brook Park. How are they going to get there safely? So I'm curious if the representatives here today are prepared to answer those questions.
Good morning. Thank you for the question. I'm Dennis Albrecht with Osborne Engineering. We're the lead designers for the city of Brook Park and Haslam Sports Group. Going back to Ms. Feek's question, we are taking into account every comment and recommendation and information, everything that's been presented on this project. So all recommendations from this body are being looked at and incorporated into the design. And as far as future access, we are looking at that also. Can you state your question one more time? Make sure I get it correct.
Yeah, and in some of the BPAC comments, there were questions about the crossing distances, you know,
Right.
going from 6 lanes to 7 lanes, and about pedestrian refuge islands, or, you know, these changes on Engle or on Snow, like getting across a new wider interchange for people that are, you know, maybe getting to the games or even getting to the development outside of game days to access future restaurants or hotels. Like, I have not seen enough information to make me comfortable to say, I would be okay walking to a Browns game from a friend's house in Brook Park. The way it's presented now, it's very car-centric, and it makes me feel like if I don't have a car, I'm not going to be able to get there very comfortably or very safely. So I'm looking for responses to those types of environmental questions for people outside of cars.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, pedestrian-specific improvements are being looked at as we advance design, and we know we need to provide that access. We're working closely with the city of Brook Park. I know they're doing their own assessment also, independently internal at the city, of where they want to provide better pedestrian access. And so that will all be incorporated into the design. This project will not only look at vehicular traffic, it will equally look at pedestrian traffic. Thank you.
I do have another question about airport access. It was a comment. Can you address that? Of
About
airport access to the airport, nobody's going to want to fly in or out on the Sunday. It seems like it'll be congested, so I'm just wondering where you are with the design on that.
The feasibility study that was submitted on Friday to NOACA, and the two slides that Ed showed. Ed, could you back up to those slides?
Yeah, oops. These two buttons.
Yeah, great. So this one shows weekday event results, and the second one is a Sunday event results. And for both of these, you'll see that as I toggle back and forth, you see that Snow Road is anticipated to be congested during events. No great surprise. Any major event of any large sporting event, any team throughout the nation, you see traffic congestion. We obviously cannot design roads and bridges to facilitate free-flowing traffic for major events. But what we do see is that I-71 remains uncongested, both north and south, as well as 237. 237 is the planned major access route for the airport now and for their future expansion project. So we are recommending that signage on I-71 and 480 and 237 be adjusted to make 237 the primary access point rather than Snow Road. And that way, even during events, Traffic to the airport, to and from the airport should be unhindered by the event traffic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the final thing I'll say, because I am the transit person, I will comment that I know that the Hanson Group and City of Oak Park and the consultants have been in constant communication with our executive management, with General Manager Birdsong, with Dr. Caver, our operations, to work towards a new station and access to our existing.
Thank you.
I was just wondering if you've looked at the impacts to some of the roads, specifically like Bagley and Front Street, as some people want to come in and sneak in the backside rather than going all the way up 71. What impacts those may be, and what improvements may be required there?
Yes, so, yes, we have looked at that, and if you look at the southern dots that you see on here for low level of service occurring at intersections, that is along Bagley and Engle. And we know that game day traffic management plans will be needed, and those will be developed as the design progresses. So definitive answers today, we don't have them, but they are being looked at.
I just wanted to state for the record that ODOT has also received the traffic study and the IMS and the feasibility study, and we are looking at that. We haven't provided our full approvals for those documents yet.
Any further questions?
I do have a question for the chair. So our actions are either to approve, not to approve, or to table. And what does that mean? If we approve it, if we don't approve it, or if we take no action?
Yes, and the chair is going to defer to our legal on that.
So the options at this point, as you laid out, Mary Beth, you could recommend that the second quarter state fiscal year 2026 project planning review move forward to the process continues and goes to planning and programming committee next. That's where transportation subcommittee items go. You could move to postpone to the next transportation, which is tabling. The more proper terminology in Robert's rules is to postpone to the next transportation subcommittee meeting, which is in December 19th. To not approve would end the process. That's an option. So I think right now staff is looking at moving the process, but given all the information where it's at right now, what do you all feel is the next step to continue with the process moving forward? Is more information needed and you all want to see it again? So if anybody has a motion, if the chair's ready to entertain a motion, those are your options.
Yes, do we have a motion?
I would motion to table, understanding that NOACA staff hasn't had time to evaluate the engineering study, as well as I'm hearing ODOT hasn't had a chance to fully digest it as well. So I would motion to table and to include this with updates on the agenda for some of the questions we addressed today, and with report out on what the engineering study actually says at our December Transportation Subcommittee meeting.
Is there a second?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt here, but the mayor would like to make some statements and say a few words before you make a recommendation.
Well, let's get a second and then we would have discussion. Is there, so,
Yes. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, Mary Beth. Okay, Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak. I want to thank Ed May for your presentation. I also want to thank the team behind me. I want to thank City Hall, Brook Park City Hall, the Haslam Sports Group. We have Osborne Engineering, and then we have the Davy Resource Group, Eric Smith with us today, who has prepared this feasibility study. I want to thank their team as well, too. I appreciate everyone's patience. We understand there's been a lot of information that has been provided to NOACA and to ODOT. We have a team that has been putting together a lot of information in a little bit of time. We first met with Grace months and months and months ago to say, hey, this is probably not the traditional method, but this is what's going on with the Haslam Sports Group. They face challenges in downtown with ingress and egress at the current stadium. And what we're trying to do is establish, a better traffic flow at 176 acres in Brook Park Road, which I might say is in what I call the perfect little box. We have State Route 17 to the north, Brook Park Road. We have State Route 291, Angle Road to the south leading up into the site. We have State Route 237 to the west. We have Interstate 71 to the east of the property. We also have Interstate 480 to the north. And then, of course, we do have the rapid transit station right on Brook Park Road as well, too. So that's why I call it the perfect little box. Obviously, there's been some recommendations that were just pointed out through the minutes at our other presentations. And I think they're good recommendations. I think there was other stuff that was even a little bit more positive than those. But I do want to make it clear to the subcommittee that there has been great dialogue and great work with the cities of Middleburg Heights. We're just as concerned about traffic flow as our neighbors are, but I will say there's been great collaboration with the surrounding cities. So we have talked about pedestrian traffic flow, and I believe it's very important. Obviously, since we're looking to put somewhere around 6,500 additional parking spots in and around the stadium. Of course, we do have a very positive site for parking. We're going to see anywhere from 12 to 14,000 parking spots on that site. And the other good thing that we have for Brook Park, and I have Mr. Paul Marnichek with me today, the city's Economic Development Commissioner. We have a few purchases that we are in negotiations with right now for land just north and east of the site, where we will be able to put thousands of additional parking spots and be able to build a perfect pedestrian pathway to Hummel Road. It has been brought up about pedestrian traffic flow from our neighborhoods. We have an issue on the opposite side of that where we want to make sure that we protect our neighborhoods. So we are actually looking to make sure that we have great pedestrian trails from Snow Road. We have just purchased and spent a couple $1 million in purchasing a hotel, and we've raised that, and we look to be able to utilize that space to connect to other land that the city owns. We own 3 acres just east of Interstate 71. So not only are we looking to make a pedestrian pathway from the north on Brook Park Road, and we are in negotiations at this time to be able to purchase a very large parcel, but we have already purchased parcels to the south of Hummel Road, which would take pedestrian traffic flow from Snow Road parking lots on very good sidewalks that we already have there, existing ones, and put them into a great opportunity to get to the stadium safely. So a lot of the information obviously needs to be reviewed. We do thank you for your patience. Again, I just want to say that I do have a bunch of business cards in my pocket, and what I'll do is I'll leave them here. If there's any other additional questions that anybody may have, Brook Park will be available to answer any of those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sir.
Just a question for timing. I'm not sure when would track applications be due if this is tabled? I'm just wondering what the impact of tabling it would be for moving forward.
When would the selections be made?
Go ahead.
The application.
I'm sorry, Ed, the question is if this measure is tabled, what does that mean for track application process?
Well, the
timing?
track application, it can move forward, but oftentimes they will request from their MPO, the prioritization of a project. We would have to share with them what we've determined here and what we've done. It isn't required that happens, so this can proceed through the track, but these issues remain and somewhat independent of what the track is going to wind up doing, if anything, as far as reviewing this application.
Yes.
The track cycle, I mean, these two paths can happen parallel, and the track cycle is typically awards on a regular basis usually in May. Last track cycle, it was a little bit delayed, so the typical process is usually they shoot for awards in May.
When are the applications due, though?
They've already submitted their application.
Oh.
So I guess the question, perhaps for the team doing this project is what happens if no action is taken until December? If this subcommittee meets in December and then it goes up through the NOACA process, how does that affect this project implementation?
I don't want to speak for the track, but
No, I mean the team,
if we reintroduce this to this committee in December, we're looking at a March board action. Carrie, I don't know what you said the timeline for the track awards would be, but I'm guessing it's somewhere around, is that June or so of the calendar year?
I believe it's in May, but.
Oh, May, okay. So, a recommendation from the track can be made to commit a certain amount of money to this project. But, that's the extent of that. That's what I can say for sure.
Any further discussion? Bob?
Ed, if it did delay, do you see anything coming forward that could be devastating to the project if we were to wait till December? It sounds like the applicants are working through all these questions to get because I don't think the city of Brook Park wants something to go in that's going to be a disaster. So do you see anything what would be the reason for us to wait to December? Do you see anything that would really that strikes you that, this project shouldn't go forward?
I can't say without knowing that we're intimate with the materials that have been provided. There may be recommendations in there that may trigger something else that we just don't know about at this point. So that's what we're looking into to sort of thoroughly examine this.
But in our normal process, that would come up during planning and programming and ultimately the board as well, though. At the end of the day, we're really more an advisory board. It's ultimately to be the board's decision.
There's another committee that has to evaluate this, right? This goes to programs and planning after us, correct?
That would be the next step, planning and programming.
Just to give the context of the NOACA process, right? So planning, project review is where we're at with this project. That sometimes also happens concurrent with plan and tip amendment. So the ultimate end would be the project is amended to the plan and tip. This is just the project review process for this. And yes, it goes through NOACA's councils, which it's gone through, and we've received input. Now that we're at the subcommittee level, that's where we ask for action based on your, this is more the technical level, right, of the process. And then, yes, it would go on to planning and programming committee for additional input and review before going to the board for action. So that's the process, and that's what we're concerned with. NOACA is concerned with is making sure the project follows our process.
Well, I understand. I think there's a motion on here to table this, but I agree with Robert. I think there's enough here to move on to the next stage if they're trying to get a May application. Ultimately, this is gonna come down to NOACA's board to decide this. So I'd rather give them enough time to evaluate this, they're gonna have additional questions. These questions will come along the way anyway, so I guess to table it, I don't see it's necessary. I think it's good to move on and let the other process take place, as it sounds like. If we're trying to get a March action, tabling this to December and then having other committee questions and things like that just won't be feasible, so.
Mr. Chairman? If I may add, as the mayor of the city of Brook Park, we do understand obviously a lot more of these results from the study, obviously than ODOT and NOACA as you have just received it. You know, we have weekly meetings, we meet 3, 4, 5 times a day sometimes about this. There's no immediate danger that I see whatsoever to the city of Brook Park. Obviously, we have to make sure that we protect the assets around there. I didn't hear a lot of conversation today about Cleveland Hopkins Airport. I know we've touched on it a bit, but that is a major concern to the city of Brook Park and to Mayor Bibb. Him and I have already had conversations. As much as you might think that we don't, we actually do have those conversations. So I will just add today that there is no immediate threats that we see for traffic jams in the city of Brook Park. We've started with the worst case scenario, which would be a weekday event. People may work a half a day or a full day, and there's a mad rush into the city. We've utilized that as a starting point for us, and we've worked backwards. At this time, we do understand, though, that NOACA and ODOT does have to take their time to go through 1,600 pages. It's quite a bit, but I will say it has been thorough, and there is no immediate danger. And whether this subcommittee does choose to move it along or not, I'll just tell you that there is no immediate issues that the city of Brook Park has with it. And I'll be quite honest with you, as a former military person that built camps in Iraq for a living, I'm attention to detail. And if I see anything that's actually going to be bad for the city of Brook Park or any other adjacent cities and jurisdictions, I will be the first one to speak up. So thank you for the opportunity to be able to address that comment about the of moving this through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, any more questions before we go back to the motion? Okay, hearing none, would you restate the motion?
So the motion before you all right now is to postpone this item until the next Transportation Subcommittee meeting, which is in December.
Yes. So that being said, I know the concerns, which is the short amount of time that the staff has had for review, et cetera. But that being said, there is safety nets along in the process. So, but that being said, do we need to take a voice vote then? Or? Okay. So, all in favor of tabling signify with an aye. All opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Nay. Okay. So,
I'll make a motion to approve.
okay. So we have a motion on the table to approve and a second. Any further discussion?
If we could put that approval that the next committee sees the results of the traffic analysis done by ODOT and NOACA for the planning program committee, I would like to see that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve with that amended language to it.
So that's a motion to amend
Yeah,
by Mary Beth, and you'll.
I will
second
second that.
Okay, so the motion is to amend the original motion to include the results of the traffic analysis study. So that's what you'll be voting on right now, is the amendment to the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Okay, one opposed, and the motion carries. And then,
So back to the original
right,
motion, which is to approved with the approved that the item moved to Planning and Programming Committee with the results of the traffic analysis included.
right. Okay, all in favor signify with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and the motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I leave my business cards here on the table?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, moving on to the second quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and tip amendments. Mr. May.
Yeah, these are the plan and tip amendments for the second quarter of state fiscal year 2026. Now, the action being requested here is for the Transportation Subcommittee to recommend second quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and tip amendments for items 6B1 through 6, unless individual action is required, to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for December 2025. There's been no previous action regarding this action. An item of note is that, well, here, I'll continue on and then I'll come back to that. This slide here highlights the amendment to the plan and tip in those the lower sections there. Completion of project review establishes the project's eligibility and enables it to be amended to the plan and/or tip. The plan, which provides a 20-year outlook for projects and regional transportation needs, and the tip is the 4-year program that reflects and implements the investment priorities established in the plan and contains funding commitments for the upcoming 4 years. So prior to a project's advancement to the tip, all conditions, if any, have been met, and program funding resources are committed for implementation. So the listing of projects to be amended to the plan and tip are contained on pages 30 through 34. This does not include the Brook Park infrastructure improvements at this point. The amendments do include projects that require a resolution because they were on the previous tip but did not get carried over to the current tip, or they are currently on the plan being advanced to the tip, or they're currently on the plan and tip but adding a phase of work and associated funding. So I'm going to go through these quickly. This slide lists 2 roadway projects and 2 bridge projects. The first project is widening along the north side of State Route 87 in Orange Village and Woodmere Village. And this project was not carried over from the previous or the 2024 to 2027 tip. That's why this is being amended to this current tip, the 26 to 29. The next project involves adding a preliminary engineering environmental phase for a project currently on the plan to complete the partial interchange at State Route 44 and Jackson Street in Paynesville. The third project listed there involves advancing a widening project on State Route 615 bridge located over Interstate 90 in the city of Mentor, advancing that from the plan to the tip. And this includes adding a southbound lane. The next project shown on this slide is involving the addition of a preliminary engineering environmental phase to a project involving the replacement of the CSX Railroad Bridge located over I-77 south of Grant Road in Cuyahoga Heights. And then the last project shown here is a project on a rehabilitation project also on I-77 in Newburgh Heights, Cuyahoga Heights, and Cleveland. And the amendment involves the addition of a preliminary engineering environmental phase to this project. This slide and the next slide are GCRTA-sponsored projects. These are somewhat routine capital projects and asset maintenance. They're currently programmed in our 26 to 29 tip, but they require a board action because of an activity line item and/or funding that's being added, which causes it to exceed the change in cost threshold. So listed here are some routine capital projects to which funding is being added. They are a project involving the rehabilitation of the West 25th Street Rail Station, Additional funding is being added to the ALI exceeding the threshold. Then there's a roof replacement program project to replace or rehabilitate roofs at several facilities that have exceeded their useful life. Triscuit was omitted from the tip, so that's being added in, and its associated funding. And then there's a ITS system upgrades program that will involve replacing and or upgrading various information technology systems at Fixed Guideway. This activity line item is not currently listed in the tip, so that and the additional funding being added exceeds the threshold. Then we have bus maintenance activities. This will include purchase of materials and supplies and equipment, as well as capitalized maintenance expenses for bus operations. Similarly, for the rail preventive maintenance activities, also materials and supplies and equipment for maintenance of rail track right-of-way. And then we have light rail track rehabilitation program. This involves the acquisition of equipment and materials and construction required to upgrade the rail line infrastructure on RTA's rail track. So then this slide lists more projects for which additional funding increased the total cost over the threshold, requiring a formal amendment. This is for the rail car replacement program, a program to replace rail vehicles as well as rehabilitation of platforms and rail maintenance facilities. Rehabilitation along the Red Line East track, for equipment and materials and construction required to upgrade the rail line. The rail work equipment replacement to replace various rail work equipment that's exceeded its useful life. And then the rail district heating, ventilation, and air conditioning replacement. This program would reconstruct and rehabilitate the HVAC systems at various GCRTA facilities. And then the bus preventive maintenance activities, including materials and equipment for bus operations. Then finally, we have the signal system upgrade program construction, a program to repair, replace, and upgrade signal equipment, hardware, software controls, bonds, and appurtenances to achieve a state of good repair. These are all having funding added to it, triggering a required TIP amendment. Now, the cost of the proposed projects being amended to the plan and TIP is $20.5 million. The total cost of projects being revised or amended in the plan and TIP is $232 million. Funding for these projects is committed or planned from non-NOACA funding sources for these projects provided by FHWA and FTA and administered through ODOT. So next steps would be with board adoption. These amendments will be incorporated into the NOACA plan and the statewide TIP amendment in January. So with that, I'd like to request a subcommittee to recommend second quarter state fiscal year 2026 plan and TIP amendment for items 6B1 through 6, unless individual action is required. And make a recommendation to the Planning and Programming Committee for its consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for December 2025.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is carried.
Again, I wanted to remind you that the Brook Park public infrastructure improvements are not contained in this
Right.
plan and TIP amendment. But either could be for the Planning and Programming Committee, depending on what the outcome of the studies are and so forth. But just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, next we have the highway safety performance measure targets. Ms. Turnbull?
Good, just barely morning. Did I get the mic short enough that you can all hear me? Good. We're off to an excellent start then. This is an annual item as targets are required each year. Those of you who were here last year may recall that after a Very complicated process with lots of back and forth. We adopted a 3.8% annual reduction for 2025. And for 2026, we are proposing a 4% reduction across the 5 performance measures. Just a quick review, those 5 safety performance measures are fatalities and their rate per 100 million vehicle miles traveled, serious injuries and their rate per 100 million vehicle miles traveled, and non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. State departments of transportation are required to adopt targets annually, and then metropolitan planning organizations, such as NOACA, must choose to either adopt their targets or commit to alternative quantifiable targets for their regions. For many years, ODOT and NOACA both adopted fixed-rate 2% reductions. However, in 2024, in response to feedback and recognizing that a 2% reduction would not enable us to reach our goal of 0 fatalities and serious injuries by 2050, we adopted a more aggressive methodology for setting targets. The equal annual reduction methodology determines the percentage of reductions necessary each year to reach 0 by 2050, based on the rolling average of the last 5 years of available data. Something that I didn't understand up until updating the targets for this year is that the percentages don't change. We were always going to increase to 4% this year. However, what does change is the number of units that percentage requires. If we had met our fatalities target last year, this year's 4% reduction would have necessitated 6 fewer fatalities. But because we didn't, it actually increased to 6.6. In this graph, the estimated fatalities are displayed on the right axis, while the percentage reduction is shown on the left axis. The years range from 2024 to 2050 at the bottom. You can see that 2026, with its target, is circled. The orange line shows the number of fatalities reducing year by year, eventually reaching 0 in 2050. The white line represents the annual accumulated reduction, which increases steadily until it reaches 100% reduction in 2050. However, the green line is what's really interesting in this graph. You can see that it starts with gradual reductions before rapidly increasing in the last few years as the absolute numbers of fatalities decrease. Unfortunately, fatalities increased from 151 in 2023 to 184 in 2024, contrary to the trends for Ohio as a state overall, resulting in a rolling average of 172 from 2020 to 2024. This necessitates a reduction of 6.6 and the 2026 target of 159. The rate also increased from 1.13 per 100 million vehicle miles traveled to 1.36 VMT, leading to an average of 1.33, a reduction of 0.051, and a 2026 target of 1.23. Serious injuries happily decreased from 1,290 in 2023 to 1,233 in 2024, making the rolling average 1,323, the reduction 50.9, and the target 1,222. The rate decreased from 9.7 to 9.1, resulting in a rolling average of 10.24, a reduction of 0.4, and a target of 9.46. Finally, non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries sadly increased from 179 to 198, leading to an average of 176, a reduction of 6.8, and a new target of 163. We'll discuss the reasons behind these numbers in the next slide, but first we want to provide some historical context on fatalities in the NOACA region. Going back to 2012, you can see that until 2014, we were making slow and steady progress on decreasing deaths on our roadways. Then through 2017, there was a steady increase, followed by a decrease in 2018, and an even sharper increase through the COVID period. As roadways began to return to normal in 2022, there was a slight reduction, but it has been climbing steadily since then. Now, for those reasons I promised. This first red line is just that same fatality line you saw on the last slide. This orange line reflects how vehicle miles traveled has evolved over the years. What to notice here is that pre-COVID, it was rising slowly but steadily before plunging during the pandemic when everyone was staying home. It's been gradually rebounding since then, but it still isn't as high as it was in 2019. Finally, this green line represents a very rough approximation of the average speeds during this era. From 2012 to 2014, we can once again see that slow and steady improvement discussed in the last slide. Now I'll tell you that the first increase we covered was due to people texting and driving as cell phones became ubiquitous. However, as hands-free technology became more common, fatalities decreased again. During this period before 2020, speeds had remained roughly steady or even declined slightly as congestion continued to rise. Unfortunately, when the roads emptied, average speeds shot up like a rocket. There has been a slight decrease since congestion started returning, but terrifyingly, nowhere near as much as it increased initially. I'm sure we can all empathize with how stressful driving has become since the pandemic. These aggressively high speeds, along with a resurgence of dangerous behaviors such as being high, buzzed, or distracted while driving, and a societal predisposition towards roads rage, are what have caused fatalities to increase in recent years. However, just as we saw with hands-free technology saving lives, as measures like lane departure warnings, automated emergency braking, and pedestrian and cyclist detection become more standard, lives will be saved again. There are no financial impacts to this measure, and pending board approval, the Long-Range Transportation Plan and Transportation Improvement Plan safety-related targets will be updated. So we are asking you recommend this item to the Planning and Programming Committee for its consideration of placement on the December 2025 Board of Directors agenda, which proposes a 4% annual reduction for calendar year 2026 highway safety performance measure targets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is approved. Okay, moving on, number 7, the presentation. This is about the Lorraine East 28th Street corridor. Mr. Ulhorn?
Good morning. I'm Rob Ulhorn, Manager of Transportation Planning in NOACA's Transportation Planning and Engineering Division. And I'm going to share with you the status of a complete streets corridor TLCI study in South Lorraine on East 28th Street. There will be no action required. This is just an information item. Project goals include improving traffic safety and livability, encouraging the redevelopment of vacant sites, and stimulating economic and cultural vibrancy. Here we see an example of a complete street where there are facilities to accommodate all road users, including pedestrians, cyclists, and cars. And you can see there's a hawk beacon installed here, a pedestrian refuge island, protected bike lanes, and a high visibility crosswalk, for example. This is the project study area. It's a 2 1/3 mile corridor on East 28th Street from Broadway to Grove Avenue in South Lorraine. And we are looking at a half-mile buffer around that corridor as well. We have so far completed phase 1, and we are now in phase 2. We have done the existing conditions and data collection analysis, and we are analyzing alternatives that we will then in phase 3 refine and narrow to a set of recommendations, which then phase 4 will provide the strategy for implementation. In phase 1, we looked at information such as pavement condition, which you can see the corridor itself has pretty good pavement condition, although there are parts of the study area where pavement condition is an issue. And we looked at crashes. There were many crashes through the area in the 5 years we studied, and there are 2 bus routes that go through the study area. One actually traverses on part of the corridor that we are focused on, and turns off the street on Fulton. And the Lorain County Transit Network currently has no connection to the GCRTA network. Here are some conditions for pedestrians, where you can see that the sidewalk is somewhat overgrown. The crosswalks are low visibility. They're not zebra crossings. Some of the paint is fading. Some of the curb ramps are in not great condition, which is not good for people with mobility problems. There is one bike facility in the study area now. It's on East 31st Street, so East 28th has no bicycle accommodations, dedicated bicycle accommodations. Currently, the level of traffic stress for cyclists is through the middle of the quarter relatively good. It's comfortable for most adults, but on the periphery, on the sides of the corridor, it is more stressful to cycle. In particular, at Grove Street, there's a right turn lane, which is potentially can cause people to get a like right hook car turning in front of them. And there's also, you see that driveway to the gas station right there. It's a bit of a stressful area to be a cyclist. Here's more detail on that crash data. You can see there were several injury crashes and fatalities within the study area, and some on East 28th Street itself. In one of those fatalities and one of the serious injury crashes included pedestrians. As I stated, one of the goals of the study is to stimulate development of vacant properties. There are many in the corridor. The northern part of the study area is dominated by a steel mill, which is not considered vacant because it's currently shuttered. But that is another concern that we would like to see. I know the city would like to see that some activity come back to that site. Along with our own studies, we're trying to support and stay consistent with existing studies. The Lorain County Transit is starting their own plan coming up soon. There's a Southside Gateway Community Plan, which focuses specifically on South Lorain and has a lot of recommendations about housing and land use and where businesses might be attracted to. So we want to support that. And the Lorain County Community Health Assessment recommends things like bike facilities, as does the Lorain Active Transportation Plan. We had a public meeting in June where we presented some of the data that I just showed you, and as well as ideas for things that people might want to see in terms of facility improvements. And we asked people to tell us, is there anything missing? Are there areas of concern? So we got some good information at that meeting. And now we're in phase 2, where we're analyzing the data we collected and developing alternatives. We just recently got our own 2 cameras where we can do traffic counts and crucially measure speed. Also, next week, we have a consultant that is doing traffic counts in the area. So, but it's very useful to be able to measure the speed and get an idea of what the areas are where we might want to slow people down a little bit, calm some traffic. Congestion is not a major concern on the corridor, as you can see here, which is useful information when we're trying to figure out what we might be able to do to avoid causing congestion. It's not really a concern. ODOT has a traffic operations assessment systems tool, TOAST, which scores segments out of 100 for how well a road functions on a number of metrics, as you can see there. The lowest composite score is for safety in this corridor, and the lowest overall score is for incident clearance, which of course we interpret to be safety related. So it seems that addressing safety in this corridor would be the best way to improve the TOAST score performance. We're looking at design alternatives right now. On the left, you can see the existing conditions of the segment that is east of Fulton and west of Fulton. And then on the right is a sort of minimalist approach of, because the travel lanes are quite wide, just a very simple, easy, ready-made solution would be to just narrow the travel lanes some, and you could make room for some in-street bike facilities. But then we're looking at some more detailed options, like where we might put buffered bike lanes or protected bike lanes, and whether it would be better to do one way on each side of the street or two ways on one side of the street, and taking down the travel lanes to 3 from 4. And another option would be some areas, the sidewalks are a little narrow, so they could be expanded. We're looking at things like that. And next, we're going to look at the intersections and what sort of improvements would be appropriate given the context of the intersections, especially taking into account some of the traffic count data that we are currently collecting. And we will keep you up to date. Once we have our recommendations, we'll have our next public meeting, and we'll get feedback, and then we'll move on to phase 3, where we narrow down to specific recommendations. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Was there questions? I'm sorry. Okay, moving on, reports. The state fiscal year 2026 NOACA funded project monitoring report is included in your packet. Number 9, is there any old business to come before the board? Hearing none. Number 10, any new business? Hearing none, can I have a motion to adjourn? You have a second? Thank you, Bob. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. The next regular meeting will be on Friday, December 19th, 2025, 10:30 to 12, here at the NOACA offices. The meeting is adjourned.
anything up that will fall over. In compliance with the notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rule of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from the vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from the meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on the top of them. Regarding the minutes of June 20th, 2025, any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No. If no, there will be none. We will move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
Good afternoon. Grace cannot be here today. Unfortunately, she's at a conference for the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations. So that's our big industry conference, but I am going to turn it over to Joe McDonald to introduce some of his new staff members.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to announce that at NOACA, we have 2 new team members in water quality planning. We have Sarah Mulligan, who is our new manager of environmental planning. After 2 years, we're very happy to have filled that position, and Sarah is off to a great start, so very excited to have her. She comes to us from the Federal Emergency Management Agency and a very strong background in environmental planning. And we also have a new water quality planning intern, Maya Sack. Very excited to have Maya, and we look forward to doing robust things in water quality planning and environmental planning in general over the next fiscal year with a full team. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Action items. Medina County FPA prescriptions modified request for the villas at Hidden Lakes and Stonegate subdivision in Medina Township. Presenter is Sarah Stanzi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Sarah Stanzi, Water Quality Planner 1 here at NOACA. Today we have one action item for your consideration, which is the Medina County FPA prescriptions modification request for the villas at Hidden Lakes and Stonegate subdivision in Medina Township. So today we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the December 2025 Board of Directors agenda. Specifically, this request involves a change in prescription affecting 2 parcels totaling 84 acres within the Medina County FPA. The first parcel is approximately 50 acres. The proposed change would update the prescription from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. And the second parcel totals 51.24 acres, of which 34 acres would change from areas served by on-site systems to currently sewered, so that the entire parcel is uniformly designated as currently sewered. There has been no previous action on this item. So some background, the reason for this prescription modification is to allow for the extension of sanitary sewers for the villas at Hidden Lakes and Stonegate subdivision, both planned for the affected parcels. The applicant is the Medina County Sanitary Engineers. Again, the request is to change the prescriptions for 84 acres total, 1 parcel to sewers expected within 20 years, and a portion of another parcel to currently sewered. Medina Township is the only affected jurisdiction, and notification requirements have been fulfilled, and all parties are in agreement. So here we have our maps. Attachment 2 shows the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions. The parcel ending in 002 is the location for the villas at Hidden Lakes. And the parcel ending in 001 is the location for Stonegate subdivision. For the villas at Hidden Lakes, the prescription for the entire 50-acre parcel will be changed from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. And again, for Stonegate subdivision, the prescription for a 34-acre portion of the parcel would change from areas served by on-site systems to currently sewered, so that the entire parcel is currently sewered. So our next steps following NOACA board approval, NOACA will submit the resolution to the Ohio EPA for certification by the governor and transmit copies to the appropriate agencies. And again, we are requesting recommendation of this item to the Planning and Programming Committee. This item would change the prescriptions for 2 parcels totaling 84 acres to sewers expected within 20 years and currently sewered to allow for the extension of sewers for the villas at Hidden Lake and Stonegate subdivision in Medina Township.
All motion. A second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
We're going to have information on NOACA Water Quality Program update from Pamela Davis.
Thanks. Good afternoon. As we quarterly have been doing for the last few years, we're providing this update as to the work that we're focused on. And again, no action is requested. This is just for information. I reported last June that NOACA has actually presented our results of our regional riparian setback legislation review at the Ohio Stormwater Conference. John Pryor from ODOT actually requested us to submit an abstract, and we've been accepted to present at the Ohio Transportation Engineering Conference on October 14th at 3:30 to 5 slot. If you're there, please come and visit and support and root me on. We are finalizing that riparian report. Our new intern actually has a background in journalism, and she's been providing some really great editing for me already. So wonderful. I think everyone follows the harmful algal blooms. I'm sure you've seen in the newspaper that Campbell's situation. We did some research just to look at their permit, and it looks as if they received a new permit in 2023 through 2028. I can't speak for the agency, but I understand that they had in a quick snapshot of a table, they have 6 outfalls. They had like over 300 discharges from I think it was 2018 to 2022. And then, so that didn't really cover the last couple years. So just, we're following it just so that you know that. So the harmful algal bloom, the seasonal projection was that it was to be a very mild to moderate, on a scale of 10, it was expected of a 3, within a range of 2.5 to 4. So it really depends on how much phosphorus loading we get in the spring, and actually, a nitrogen as well. And so the last forecast was September 2nd that I wanted to include here that provided information that there was a cyanobacteria bloom in the western Lake Erie. Is approximately 300 square miles in size. It extended from Maumee Bay along the Michigan coast to Stony Point, which is Michigan as well, east along the coast to Port Clinton, with patches around the Lake Erie Islands. Toxics had been detected above the recreational limit in Lake Erie, and toxins had been detected below the recreational limit in the Sandusky Bay. most recent report we got Monday, the cloud cover was due to cloud cover was unable to provide us with an actual size of the bloom. So as always, we report on the Black River and the Cuyahoga River. Exciting news for the Black River area of concern. US EPA has approved the removal of the degradation of fish populations and the loss of fish habitat beneficial use impairments as of yesterday. So that's huge because there's only one BUI remaining, and that's the degradation of benthos. And there's sampling that's supposed to be started this year. I'm not sure when that's going to start. We also understand that updated TMDLs for the Black will also be forthcoming. I would also encourage everyone to continue to support appropriation of funding to the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. A lot of that money came to the Black River, coming to the Cuyahoga River AOC to actually help with the removal of these BUIs. And Kristen, thanks so much for bringing the materials for the Cuyahoga River AOC. I know last quarter I presented and informed you that the Public Education Outreach Group with Cuyahoga River actually reached over like 30,000 people. And so there's materials back here that you can pick up on your way out. The committees have met in July for both these areas of concern. What I failed to mention is that for the Black River, NIPSIS planning for the main and the two sub-watersheds that enter into Elyria are underway. With Cuyahoga, sampling has began in August at 2 locations for benthos. So Ohio EPA with their contractors are out there sampling for this beneficial use impairment. As of now, there are 4 beneficial uses that remain for the Cuyahoga River. Kristen, I don't know if you want to say anything here at this point. Catch you with your mouth full, like a good server.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Pam. Very excited that we get to talk about AOCs. I just came back from the Area of Concern Partnership Summit in Toledo. It was a great 2-day event just to hear what is happening around the Great Lakes related to our AOCs. I will very much echo Pam's comments related to the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, or GLRI, as well as the Great Lakes Legacy Act program. Both of those have contributed significantly to our Ohio area of concerns. Ashtabula is already delisted. Black River is heading around the bend. Cuyahoga and Maumee still have a ways to go. We are definitely, a little different in terms of our AOCs, but a lot of really great work. For those in the room, I have brought some materials here. You're welcome to check some of those out. Please grab some swag on your way. Sign up for our newsletter. Lot of really exciting things going on. We'll be having a table at the Sewer District's Clean Water Fest tomorrow, along with, I'm sure, a number of organizations here. So just a really exciting time. We're making a lot of good progress, and I'm not sure if you're going to talk about, say, the Gorge Dam.
No, I was hoping you would make a few comments.
I would love to, yes. We recently hosted a tour at the end of August in Summit County. So I know that's not part of NOACA's service area, but it is where the Cuyahoga River flows and kind of starts, and then, of course, ends up here in Cuyahoga County. We got to see some of the work happening in the Gorge Dam. It is a massive sediment removal and dam removal program. I believe they have close to 1 million cubic yards of sediment that need to be removed, treated, and or capped because it is contaminated. And they've got some plans for it. So the construction team, I think, is starting to mobilize. They should be ready to start removing sediment soon. And we got to see a number of other AOC projects. There has been significant investment at the state, federal, and local level in our river. And I think many of us are really, really seeing some of the transformation. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk about that and just share on all the AOC work. If you have any questions, yeah, let's give them a round. We don't round of applause enough here at the water quality meeting. So yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, so the Gorge Dam is one of the largest management actions probably in the AOCs, I think, in general, which is massive project, but massive funding. And then Kristen mentioned the Legacy Act. That's really about contaminated sediments in the past from our industrial uses. So thanks so much for the, yeah.
I think one of the pieces I took away from our AOC conference, or I'm sorry, summit, our AOC summit, was there is a lot of contaminated sediment that needs to be removed throughout the AOC, and trying to find new beneficial uses for it. As many of you know, we can't do open lake disposal anymore. So, you know, if any of your agencies have creative places to put some sediment, let's get together and talk about it. Yeah, thanks.
Maybe some connection with filling lots for just conversations. We can talk more, Kristen. Thank you. Always good to have a partner help with updating you on some really exciting news. The water quality staff here at NOACA hosted a designated management agency roundtable webinar. This we actually host on GoToWebinar. We provide continuing education credits for those who are operators with Ohio EPA's eBiz. In this case, we had Ohio EPA, actually Eric Aiken at the table, provide an update from Ohio EPA regarding the new director and any changes in the agency. As we had brought to you all before, we presented NOACA's FPA population forecasts that were updated based on the 2020 census. This is the first time we actually presented to the DMAs, and then we followed that up with an email and the attachments. We also provided, we had completed Geauga County, and it was going through NOACA's board approval process. So we thought at this time it was helpful for us to report out to the DMAs how we undertook that update with Geauga County Department of Water Resources and what we learned from it and any next steps that we thought would help with our next update, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. Unfortunately, we only had 21 representatives, but we had 40 that had registered. We do have it recorded if anyone would like a copy of it. We've been actively reworking the Clean Water 2020 plans format to follow, instead of landscape design in the past, we reworked it to a one-to-one page portrait direction. Whoops. Anyways, sorry, I'm a little distracted here. So one of my slides didn't work correctly. That's okay. So we reformatted this to match our portrait design, to use NOACA's new color schemes and our style guides. And we're working to update chapters as we've brought materials to you. So we're trying to track this as here's what the board adopted, here's how it was revised to the new portrait formatting, and then we're going to have revisions that are allowed by staff to be reflected in the plan and in the chapter pages when we update them. So we're working through that process now. Had a good fun learning how to insert page numbers with chapter numbers and electronic table of contents. Sarah and I may be able to help you if you ever have that need. As I mentioned, we sent the FPA population forecasts out, but we also updated 2 pages in Appendix 4 that referenced Ohio Department of Development and their previous name and some other just references to the 2010 census versus the 2020 census. Now I mentioned we've just completed Geauga County, and Sarah will report out on action by the board, but we just started our update process with Medina County. So the idea is, in our continued maintenance and updating of the Clean Water 2020 plan, is that we meet with all of the counties on a rotating basis. And since we have 5 counties, we meet with each county once every 5 years. And what we do is we look at the FPA boundaries, we try to align them to any new parcel changes that have happened, and we then revisit prescriptions for wastewater for areas. So we usually start with the largest designated management agency. We work through any updates that they may have. In this case, we'll be seeing some conversations about changing the red areas, which are local prescriptions, to probably areas to be sewered within, limited sewers to be available in 20 years. But we're meeting with Jeremy Cinco and Ben Romaine with Medina County on Wednesdays weekly. So we're going to be pulling GIS data, sanitary sewer layers from all of the designated management agencies. And hopefully we'll have a better product so that we don't, we'll do this every 5 years so that we keep it current. The idea is so that we don't have as many FPA modifications that come before you and the board. So the idea is that we've started this and we're going to host a Medina County primary and secondary DMA roundtable in late fall. Once we get through some work with the county and potentially work with Wadsworth, the city of Wadsworth. And our agenda will just be what our process is, giving them some examples of the type of boundary realignments, prescription changes, and then we'll meet with them individually as needed. And then ultimately our goal, we're shooting for December 2025, barring no obstacles, to bring it to this committee for recommendation to planning programming through the board process. Over the last quarter, we've been reviewing, we undertake what are called consistency reviews. So weekly, we get a report from Ohio EPA of all the permits that have been submitted, and we review those to make sure that those permits to install, when they're related to wastewater, that they're actually consistent with our 208 plan and the boundaries and the prescriptions included in those. So in this case, we actually reviewed 38 permits to install, and we actually developed 16 maps for use, for our use, and for use with consultation with Ohio EPA Northeast District Office, some consultation with Ohio EPA Columbus, and then in some cases with local communities or their developers. So as always, our work is funded through contracts from Ohio EPA. We are contracted as an area-wide, and we also have local water quality dues that are set aside for this work. So we'll be back here in front of you in December. Hopefully we'll have the Medina County update ready, and then we'll provide you another update. I can take any questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Pam, I read that article about Campbell's. What was did they have their own sewage plant that was violating the permit, or were they just random discharges?
I can send you the permit. What I understand is that they actually have wastewater treatment capacity on site, but they also have outfalls. So it's a combination. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Eric's got his hand up over there.
Not my area, but just from internal conversations we've had at the Division of Surface Water, they do have their own plant. The number that they came up, over 5,000 violations, we don't know where that Ohio EP does not know where that came from, but they have had significant violations, but the 5,000, we're still not sure. Because that was what they admitted to in an agreement in a lawsuit. So we did not have that. Maybe we had significant violations from. It's kind of laying the groundwork for a new wastewater treatment plant. Is basically, so they're, I think, in process of.
Yeah, what I gathered was that there was a assessment report with their last permit that kind of guided the next permit. This is just my interpretation. I'm not Ohio EPA. Guided the next reiteration of their permit, which required additional drop down of.
Yeah, but I assume, Eric, they had a permit, so each month they submit their
Yes,
test
so,
results.
Yeah, we have several violations, but we do not have 5,000 violations, but we have, I think, I heard over 300 that EPA was aware of the situation, and we're working with them on a new plant. So the EPA was not involved with this lawsuit, so yes.
Bob, I can send you the link to the permit page where I pulled all this.
No, like I said, I was just curious, because when I read the article, they were specifics, like with phosphorus, ammonia, and like I said, those would be that you would normally report with your monthly permit to the EPA if you had a plant.
And I pulled a PDF sheet of just one of them with the outfalls with all the chemicals. I'll send you that one.
Pam, I have two hopefully quick questions for you. At the beginning, when you were talking about the harmful algal blooms, you mentioned that we were predicting maybe about a 3 out of 10, but we are facing maybe 300 square miles of a bloom with cyanobacteria. What would you rate that out of 10, just for some perspective of what we predicted versus where we are at now?
So when we look
If you can.
Yeah, when we look at that index, I can send you this sheet. Actually, not this one. I'll send you a different one. So the size of it may not be as important as how much cyanobacteria they find. Intensity of it. So I will send you the one that actually has the breakdown of where we fall over the time period.
Great.
And I'll probably report out in December what the final
Okay,
report out will be, so that we'll be able to see that.
that'll be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
And then you mentioned, and as you're working through your slides, you can stop at the one, you issued 38 permits to install.
We do not issue permits. We review.
Review. Could you please just briefly speak on what are you looking for during those permit reviews?
Sure. So we have facility planning area boundaries, and what we do is probably geolocate the permit where the permit's going to happen. Sometimes we'll get the latitude and longitude. Sometimes we'll just get an address. Sometimes we'll just get the name of a subdivision. So we'll have to do that to find the location. And then we determine, is it within a facility planning area boundary? Is it flowing to the correct wastewater treatment facility? Is it within 1,000 feet where we may have to touch base with Ohio EPA or the developer to make sure that the subdivision isn't going to cross a facility planning area boundary? And then we look at the prescriptions for wastewater. So if it's an area that's currently sewered and sewers are going to go in, we're okay with that. That's consistent. If it's an area that says the area is to be served by on-site systems, but it's for sewers to be installed there, then it's not consistent. And then we reach out to Ohio EPA and say, this is not consistent with the 208 plan. So therefore the developer will have to submit a FPA, well, the developer won't, but they'll have to work with the primary designated management agency to submit an FPA modification to change the boundary and change the boundary and prescription.
Thank you. That was very helpful and just helps me as a water quality subcommittee member better understand what we are helping to approve all the time. Thanks.
That's kind of the message that we're going to send to OTEC as well, because we have a lot of engineers who don't realize when they check a box on their permit, that they actually should have checked with the area wides before they check that box.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add that under the Ohio Revised Code, Ohio EPA cannot issue a permit to install or discharge permit that conflicts with the 208 plan, be it NOACA's or NEFCO's or Eastgate's or anyone. So that's basically, so the NOACA and their staff, they have this institutional knowledge, they check, and Ohio EPA is checking on both ends. So the goal is not to have is to avoid any type of conflicts that could result in pulling the permits or lawsuits or things like that. So that's because under Ohio law, we cannot issue those permits if there's a conflict with the 208 plan.
I just want to add on to that it's very valuable that NOACA is looking at these now, because in the past, I don't know whether it was EPA or NOACA, no one really looked at them, and as Eric pointed out, it developed into lawsuits.
Yeah, Jimmy.
It is part of our 5-year FPA review. One of the questions that I brought up was, doing this every 5 years is fine, but at times when we have a subdivision goes in where it is, sewers are likely in 20 years or limited in 20 years, and that subdivision goes in, sometimes it's not always easy to remember what happened 3, 4, 5 years ago. And if there would be any type of mechanism that would allow us to change those prescriptions from limited sewers or sewers likely in 20 years to currently sewered when the project was completed, that would maybe be helpful as far as not missing some of these during our 5-year review.
Jeremy, thank you for that question. We talked the other day about in Chapter 3 of the Clean Water 2020 plan, there are specific updates that NOACA staff can do without bringing it to the NOACA board. For example, all of the maps we brought over the last year regarding population projections, employment, all of that jazz. One of the conversations that we were having is there the ability to have staff just where there's currently sewered area, where it's currently prescribed as sewered, and a subdivision goes in, and if the DMA notifies us, can we just go ahead and update that? Or say, for example, there's an area that says it's to be sewered, and it gets sewered, can we go ahead and update the facility planning area map? So this is one of the things I've been looking at with potential policy updates with the Clean Water 2020 plan. I haven't had a chance to work it all through, but I was thinking maybe either we would promote it, we would have a conversation in December, or maybe in March to have advance this conversation a little further. It might be a DMA roundtable discussion item as well. And so this was something that just popped into our head this week.
We're rarely seeing anything going from currently sewered to not that, at least in your NOACA counties, correct?
Well, so in some cases, the DMAs are redefining. They realize that they may not have capacity in a certain location. They realize the topography may not lend itself. They realize the pump station may have a limited capacity. And so we are really cutting the fat, for lack of a better statement, out of some of these, advanced thinking, oh, we're going to develop. No, we're really not going to develop. We're going to really right-size it to the sewer system. Good way to say that, Nick, Jeremy?
Yeah, and I'll just add, when I was on staff here in NOACA, about a decade ago, we started this update process, and we did remove a lot of areas that were either to be sewered or sewered. Back in 2000, when those maps were originally made, we had these grandiose ideas about where we're going to extend sewers, and we started talking, and reality set in. And it's like, are you really going to get sewers? So we had those conversations almost a decade ago. So we did draw back some of those areas a decade ago, and going from to be sewered or sewer to on-site. But it's always a continual conversation. It's always evolving, as these gentlemen to my left will tell you. So that's why that's why they're doing the 5 years of updates.
And then on a related note, we want the health departments to be able to say, okay, are sewers really coming? Or should we really enforce repair or replacement of an on-site system? But if you've had sewers are going to come for 40 years and that system's still in play and it's probably not functioning right. So this is the conversation. So allowing, to really identify, no, sewers are never going to go there. That parcel is going to be served by on-sites, allowing the health department to say, yeah, go ahead. Also identifying where sewers are available, so if there are failing systems, the health department can actually determine if they're available and accessible and within the distance to connect. And so this is really a three-way conversation in some cases. Thanks for the conversation.
Very good. Any other comments or questions? All right, we're going to move on to watershed activities update. Anyone have any watershed activities to update us on? Go.
I'll probably get in trouble if I don't talk about our Clean Water Fest tomorrow. So that's from 9 to 4 at our EMSC facility down in Cuyahoga Heights, Cuyahoga Heights, and it's a great time. If you haven't come out, please do. There's food, there's fun. You can tour our lab, check out our cool trucks, tour the largest wastewater treatment plant in the state of Ohio, which is Southerly. So come on out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cuyahoga Soil and Water Conservation District will be there. We're excited about it as well. I would like to plug our second annual Stormwater Runoff. It is a 5K and 1 mile family fun run on October 5th at 8:30 a.m. at Clark Field Park in Tremont. If you are interested, please let us know. We can get you group discounts if there's a team. The NOACA Water Quality Subcommittee team wants to run. And then on Saturday, October 18th is the Cuyahoga Soil and Water annual meeting and pancake breakfast. This is a first pancake breakfast for us, so we're going to give it a try at Masjid Bilal in Cleveland on Euclid Avenue. So check out our website. We've got lots of great information for that, and thank you for the opportunity to share.
Anyone else have anything?
Have a quick update, just, not really watershed, but, at EPA, we've had some staff changes since the new directors come in. Mark Johnson, who was serving as the Chief of Division of Surface Water, is back to full-time, his old role as Assistant Director of Ohio EPA. Ashley Ward now is the Acting Director, Division of Surface Water, so, you might see those changes. Really, nothing really changed. Mark's still over Division of Surface Water, and Ashley still has most of her programs, plus the acting chief role, so she's very busy, but yeah, just give you some, updates on that. Also, want to, thank Joe and his staff. NOACA is in line to receive an additional $5,700 through the federal 604B money. It is basically leftover funds that other area-wides could not spend last fiscal year. So we, went out to the agencies like NOACA that continue to do work after the funding is completed, from Ohio EPA and the federal government, and they're one of 3 area-wides that are going to get this extra redistribution of money that's to the area-wide. So again, thank you. I appreciate all the work that NOACA staff does on the two-way plan on water quality in the region, and I'm happy this time we're able to reward you with something, a little extra money for you guys, for your great work. So thanks. Yeah, so that's been submitted to the director for signature, should be done by the end of the month. So, yep.
Excellent, thank you. Real quick update on the Grand Ashtabula Conneaut Partnership. Things have been kind of quiet, and we're shaking things up. We're retooling so that we can be in a better position to take advantage of the change in funding and political climate and regulatory climate and updates to come. I'll let you know how it goes. Okay, at this point, we have old business. And Sarah's gonna talk about Resolution 2025-046 Geauga County 5-year Facility Planning Area FPA Boundary and Prescriptions Update.
Thank you. So yes, we just wanted to update you all that the NOACA Board of Directors approved Resolution 2025-046 at their meeting on September 12th, 2025. That's our Geauga County 5-year FPA and prescriptions update. So again, we just want to thank the Geauga County Department of Water Resources again for their efforts and their time in this process. So just to remind you all, this is the map that we started with. And then this is our now current FPA boundaries and prescriptions. I'm working to update our internal and external maps to now reflect these updated changes and the fact that our 208 plan has now been amended to reflect all of these updates.
Excellent work. Thank you for sharing the update.
Thank you.
Is there any new business? Hearing none, can I have a motion to adjourn? A second? All in favor? Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.